Hello. Make sure this is plugged in. Oh, let me move this around. Okay. Oh, it's oops in the way. Okay. All right. So it is fall in Coral Island now. Together. I need to get the farm together. I need to get it set for the level 3 sprinklers. Hopefully, I'll be a couple days. Get scarecrows there, maybe. Oh. And I have to get more of those auto SFH. Fertilizer harvest, yeah, SFH. Oh, I meant to look up a picture. I meant to look up a picture for my hedge maze because I want to do that. Do that today. Oh, I received 52? Oh, I received them. That's new. I received more than 52. I received 100 because when I'm mining, it's just kind of weird. There, man. Change. I might change. Yeah, and I haven't even been outside. I'm irritated with how many oh, make tomato soup. Keep everything straight. So I found out by accident that Luke loves tomato soup. Couldn't figure out what he loves. For him, eat. Get some flour. Thinking about it, and I don't want to bugs anymore. All of these bugs that are common. Centipedes are common, right? Multiples first, and then I'll figure out. I know I don't need any more crickets. If I ever need crickets, I'll just catch it. That time of the year come. Um, Grasshoppers aren't as common, but if I see a cricket, mm-mm. These flies, I don't need. Nobody ever asks for flies. There's always an abundance of flies during whatever season that is. Might even be multiple seasons. I was just thinking of where I'm gonna put chests, and I have too many chests of bugs and fish, so ugh, no space. Okay. How many? Okay. There. space for the gold. I don't remember where I was gonna put those. The gold first. Gold something. I don't think I need another wasp. Want one chest of bugs. I'll keep these though because you can make, what's it called? The tempura. I'm gonna find somebody who loves it. Those sell for quite a bit though. I might just want to sell. Flies out of my face. Okay. More space available. Is that in my pocket? Gold in there. Um, Sphinx. No pine. Tiger beetle. Lot of bugs. I don't see tiger beetle. And I don't ever think we need centipede. These snails, we don't need a snail. I skip over them. They're like flies. This Atlas moth, Polyphemus moth look too similar. Okay, I think that's it because I just want to sell the Sacro caterpillar. You fish because I don't need all these fish either. What is a common fish? Tilapia. Oh, that's not even tilapia. Yeah, tilapia. We keep those. Or a crab. It'd be cool if we had like shrimp called um cocktail. Where's the clown? Because that one is common. Boxfish. I got so many box. I should probably be selling these fish, but under 90K. Barramundi are pretty. Took me forever to get cobia. Bluegill. Another chub. Those, if not, or no, I'll sell that one. Um, I like blue. Too much. Crawfish, crayfish. Whatever it is, we don't need goldfish is pretty common too. That one. Mm. At least I got a bunch. What's her name likes guacamole? Macy. This will be her gift this week, and if she doesn't love it and just likes it, then oh well. The sisters like the There's nothing that... Oh shoot, it said 1 of 2. Of 1. I wonder if I'd put 2 in there. Let me see. Okay, it would have. Duh, I knew that from the... What's my inventory full when I literally just did this? Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Makes no sense. Stupid. Come on, game, let's get it together. Hi, Darklink. How are you? The catch up. You're getting there. I'm doing good. Mom sent me to get you. You have to come with me right now. Oh, you know what? Pointing that out. I'm sitting here looking at... Thank you for pointing that out. All I was doing was making grilled fish and bug jerky. Good thing I wasn't actually doing anything. Alright, he said, Mom sent me to... Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Don't panic, it's something good. It's a surprise. Come on. Mom, here we are. These butterflies are pretty. I don't think I've ever seen red butterflies. Oh, there you two are. What's going on? Oliver said it's important. Come over here, Adventures with V, and I'll show you. Careful now, look here on the underside of this leaf. Eggs. The coral mosaics laid eggs. Indoor voice, Oliver. But Mommy, we're not indoors. This is amazing. The eggs are... I'm counting them right now. So far I've seen about 10. It isn't a lot, but it's better than 0. It's true. We need put them in an aquarium. Terrarium, Oliver. Aquariums are for fish, my dear. Yeah, that's what I meant. I'm gonna gently move the leaves with the eggs into this container. Can I help? You sure can. Remember to be gentle, okay? I'll put amaranth leaves in here too, and a cup of water so that when the caterpillars hatch, they can feed on it. Can they swim? No, I'll cover the cup with cheesecloth so the caterpillars can't fall in. And then we wait. Oh, I hate waiting. Me too, but if we do this right, it'll be worth it. Hey. Tree. I heard that tree. I did have tomato soup still. Let me put the supposed to be working on. Yeah. Or coffee bean. Okay. Oh, there's still a lot of stuff that hasn't been. Let me just open. I don't think there's anything in. Still in my pocket. Okay. Machine is not right here. Nope. Here. Change. Cool. They all produce on the same day now? That to happen. But there's nothing ever in here. Nothing here. Okay. Before I forget. Okay. I think you can just put the cotton in machine. Something else I was gonna sell. Okay. Wins. Luke. Oh. What else? Oh, fence. Food for Macy. Coffee, Suki. God, I gotta get his favorite. Zarah. What about your favorite? Oh, the curry. I don't think I can. See if I can. Or fish for her. Oh, I'll do that. Green curry. Look up green. Okay, so the fish, the green smoothies, fossil, coffee. I don't know what she loves yet. Juice, guacamole, cakes when I get them, cookies when I get them. Archie. Jones also. I'm ready to meet those people. See whose event is first. Go to get coffee. Thursdays. I don't think it's Thursday. Oral in and coffee. So much. We can do the museum and Garden Lane. I'm on my way to Coral Inn to check up on Valentina. She had swollen toes some time ago. Just want to see if things are going okay. Are you going to the beach too? Say no, I gotta go to town. Hope she's doing better. Alright then, I'll see you around. That's funny because I know if I would have said yeah, then we would have gone with her. Anybody else do that? Oh, Nina, I don't have your juice. What? Oh, cool. Sure, let's go there. Let me finish up some work here and I'll meet you at the... Hope you're not allergic to basil. We're gonna need it and I'm bringing plenty with me. Oh, that's creating or crafting too. Essence. Oh, we can do trees. That's good. This horse out here so I can go back to the farm. Go back to the farm. Juice. I remember now. Okay. I know now what... Oh, what's this? Scott. Thinking it was Noah, but no. Fossils. Just start selling. Going first. Go to his coffee. Oh, and the beach. Oh. Like I'm even. Oh. Oh, it's because I said no, I'm not going. I should have just said yes. Go to the school. Go school and dip his house, and then we'll go to Coral Inn. Turnout for the cleanup was great, darling. Comforting to know people care about our beach. It looks so clean. Walter, where's your son? You make it to the beach cleanup. There. Here. No. Luke. Luke is at the beach shack. Okay. Taco. We're going to the school and dip his house. Out loud, I'm gonna forget. Here. Why are her feet up on the table? Good news, class. I have your math test back. Most of you did very well. Archie. Most of you studied. And something for everybody. Awesome. Most of you prepared. Jeez. How wonderful. Most of you. See me after class, Zoe. Who cares about math, Mr. Barnes? I don't need to use this stuff in real life. Tell me, Zoe, what do you want to be when you grow up? Easy. I'm gonna be a wildlife documentarian, just like my mom and dad. I don't need to know multiplication for that. I mean, you do need to know basic multiplication. Admirable. Tell me, if you're making a movie about the creatures of the African savannah, and you need to fill a 2-hour time slot with segments ranging between 5 and 15 minutes. How many segments will you need? Oh, that's real. What? And let's say 30% of those segments feature elephants, 15% feature hyena, and 55% feature the noble lion. How many segments per creature will you need then? How much should you charge people to see your film? How many marketplaces do you want to open up in? What percent of the population appreciates nature documentaries in the European markets versus the American markets? Well, okay, he's doing a lot. Where should you devote most of your capital? How do you even get capital, Zoe, without convincing investors that your film will be profitable? We're talking numbers, kiddo. We're talking flowcharts. We're talking math. I'll figure all that out. When it all starts now, Zoe. Not high school, not college. Now. You need a solid foundation to even get into a good college. Goodness, and without a good college education, your chances of following in your parents' footsteps become very slim. Very slim indeed. You need to start taking this seriously. I'll see you all tomorrow. Archie. We used seashells to decorate the sandcastle yesterday. They look like tiny jewels. Pretty. And pumpkin pie. What are we inspecting? It's a very nice drawing. I'm tired. I want to take a nap. I helped everyone build a really big sandcastle at the beach. Guess what? I got to make the walls. The sandcastle we made was so tall, I could barely reach the top. The best part about yesterday's cleanup was the teamwork. It's amazing how much you can accomplish when everyone works together towards a common goal. I have to say, I wasn't thrilled about waking up early on a weekend for the cleanup. I'm still sleepy till now. I read that it's a sleep depth thing. What? Depth. This osmium bugnet is great. Say hello. Planning to spend the weekend nights watching fall films with ghosts. Even better if they're ghosts from folk tales. What are you gonna do? The random. No, Suki. Dippa. Okay, it's cooled down enough. You want to take the first bite? Yep, here we go. It's not great. Really? That tastes terrible, but better than last time at least. Yeah, sorry babe, I must have remembered the last recipe wrong. Strawberry isn't right. No, it's my fault too. I should have written it down. What do we do? Yeah, well, what do we do with these now? We don't want to waste them, so I guess we'll just have to eat them. This is not going to be fun. No, no it is not. Okay. Go to Coral Inn. Tory full, of course. Well, your big toe looks fine and it doesn't hurt anymore. How are you feeling? I feel fine. My foot stopped hurting a long time ago. Thanks for checking up on me. No problem. Now you can go off on your next adventure. Just be extra careful on rainy days, okay? And, eat vegetables. They're good for you. Okay. Valentina's fine, so my job here is done. I'm off to work now. See you around. Weird. One more. I'm sorry, Bree. I just can't help you. Look, Suki, brass tacks. I know you were at the recycling center today. True. I know you went through the box Walter brought in. Also true. And I know you love to start the day early with a coffee and a bagel while watching the sun come up. So out of my 3 candidates, you're the most likely to have seen what I need from that box. Weird. You know so much about my morning routine and breakfast choices, but yeah, true. However, I need her to calm down. However, Bree, the fact is that I haven't seen hide nor hair of those pictures you're looking for. What were they pictures of anyway? That's none of your concern. Really? You barge in here, disturb my customers, and belligerently demand answers in the middle of my workday. I'm not being belligerent. You made it my concern. Fine, they're old private modeling photos. I need them back. Modeling? They're private modeling photos, Suki. Oh. Right. Okay, yeah, I totally understand. But Brie, I still haven't seen them. I picked up an old dress and a duvet cover, but there were no photos in there. Private or otherwise. You must have missed them. I guess it's possible. Or how this is gonna end. You must have. Okay, thanks for the help. I didn't mean to be belligerent. That's okay. I'm going to look up that word when I get home, just in case. Okay. Thanks for your help. Good luck. We had such a great turnout yesterday, and now the beach is looking spotless. Here's your sister. We're already all the way. Is a random press. Oh, what's our fish? I have to admit, the cleanup yesterday was very well organized. Everyone had a specific role and we executed it flawlessly. Kudos to the organizer. Yay, he does love it. This is my absolute favorite. Okay, cool. Do I want to sell this bug? I mean, so many things. Pocket. Figure out where I was gonna put those. Get his fish. So know what he... Okay. It's now almost 2 o'clock. Oh, shoot. We're there. Get caught. Look at all these customers. Yeah, I took Luke's advice to offer free Wi-Fi, and it's a big hit. But that's good, isn't it? Something finally worked. I guess. It's so good to see you two. I can't wait to hear all the gossip. I know, it feels like we haven't gotten together in ages. Kind of crowded. Let's go to Fish and Sips instead. Good idea. It's been like this ever since I got the free Wi-Fi. People buy one small drink and they sit here using the internet all day. It's ruining my business. You know, this is not the way. This is hard. Anyway, can I get you something? One hot chocolate coming right up. Enjoy your drink. I guess I'll take this to go. All right. I can't buy the coffee because... and I can't buy what I need to in... I mean, I don't need sap, right? Let me... Get rid of the sap because I don't think I've ever used it for anything. Now I can buy one coffee. Welcome to Raja Coffee, where we serve only the finest artisanal brews. Yes, I'm aware that we're next door to a tavern. Life's full of irony, isn't it? Oh, I wasn't trying to do his event. Another mark? Another. Should I bother asking why you're... No. Not great to see. Hey Mark, are you drinking alone? Yes, and I'd like to keep it that way. Of course you'd sit. Remember that stray I found the other day? Sure you do, you were there. You're everywhere nowadays. Why is that garden rake? Oh my god. I was trying to nurse it back to health, and I kind of force-fed it some food it was allergic to. She almost died. It would have been my fault. Don't worry, she'll make a full recovery, but dang, what I almost did. I know what you're thinking. It was a mistake, no harm, no foul, right? But you don't understand. She didn't want the food I was trying to give her. She was trying to tell me no. I shouldn't have forced her. I shouldn't have pushed her too far. And the thing is, this isn't the first time I've done that. Sounds like you need to change. Look, I've never told anyone this before. The only one who knows is Kira, but I'll just say it. The Band of Smiles trained me to fight, you know? But I wasn't their only student. There was another boy, Drake. Nice kid, but he just didn't have the chops. I'd master a move in the first showing, he'd still be struggling by the end of the day. He was just in the wrong place. Or maybe you just learn really quickly. I mean, he was in the wrong place. And I made him pay for it. I taunted him, teased him. He didn't belong there, right? Well, I made sure he knew it. But the thing is, Drake was proud. He didn't give up, didn't give in. But I shouldn't have pushed him like that, because when the Dark Wizard showed up... The Dark Wizard... Well, Drake was just looking for a chance to prove himself. He wasn't ready. He went anyway, fought some legendary creature alone, to prove himself. He didn't make it back. And it's all my fault. But why aren't you nicer? And here I am again. Give me some space. Please, I think I need to be alone. That's a lot. I came here to buy some pasta. Yeah, I still gotta find Macy. Who all is here? Oh, there's nobody. Should have said hi to Frank. That cleanup was so fun. Aaliyah and I turned it into a little contest to see which team could grab the most trash, and guess what? We totally rocked it. I brought my own earth-friendly gloves to the beach cleanup yesterday. Oh yeah, I did. It was a spiritual experience seeing Mother Earth breathe easier with all that trash gone. Wait, do I have mushroom? I didn't even bring a mushroom for you. His mushroom, need Wataru's fish. I knew there was space somewhere. I said I'm getting a mushroom. Fish. To get back with enough ant stuff. Here. This way. I think Wataru should still be at the beach shack. Fishy, fishy. Bugs. Tomorrow we can get some new ones. I think there's an. Oh. Favorite. The cleanup yesterday was epic. They even gave out free coconuts. Gave her gift to Macy. I brought sandwiches and cookies for the little ones during yesterday's beach cleanup. Can't have them getting hungry while doing good deeds, can we? Macy. Did you find anything interesting yesterday? Nina and I found some seriously weird stuff in the sand, like a chip bag that expired 30 years ago. Yay, she loves guacamole. Probably. Oh, he's being outside. Fungus for you. Oh, Zarah. There, perfect. Talk. Oh, hold on. What I am looking to do is upgrade the house. 10 silver bars might stop me. Bar, 200 wood. Stone, silver bar. Travel there. Oh, this game. What time do you guys close? 5 o'clock. Alright, so put these on. The 1 minutes. So I have one in here. Doubt. I think I brought everything out. Okay. Well, tomorrow we wood and stone and silver. Oh, you know what I need? Fruit. I did it again. My gosh, if I can make it. Shoot. I keep meaning to upgrade my trees. Well, they're open tomorrow. I didn't mean to go to the museum. Tomorrow. So, got every two of them to find. Did I need to go to the museum? I might. I think I have what's his name's Ben's event. Is that him going in the insectarium? It is him. Oh, my back is killing me from that tug of war yesterday. I'm definitely not cut out for this stuff. Oh my gosh, the beach cleanup was like a mini reunion. Ran into so many people I haven't seen in ages. I do not see them in ages. I see them every day. Every. Ew. Oh, I could have just walked with them. Okay. Lily at the beach and is at the sunny and windy weather. Oh, that's funny. He came through the fast travel. To the lake. Tiger barb. Oh, all those traps. About to get on my last nerve. How many happy hours have you spent splashing around this lake fun bucket? Remember the time all those frogs jumped on your head? Classic. Why don't you take him to a veterinarian, Ben? The time you chased away that gang of aggressive swans. You really saved my skin that day. And now... You've been such an amazing friend to me, Fun Bucket. I know others just see you as a duck. I know they don't understand. That's okay. But you've been there through thick and thin. I guess I just wanted to say thank you. You've been the greatest friend I could ever ask for. And I'm gonna do my best for you until, you know. Do you feel something? Don't worry, Fun Bucket. I'll protect you. Whoa. Your dear fun bucket is very sick, Ben. Who's there and what's it to you anyway? It's just a cold. Worry not, Ben. It is not yet his time. Don't be scared, boy. I think it's okay. Fun bucket, are you okay? He said quack. What did you say? Was that a quack? Fun bucket, you're back. You're healthy. Oh gosh, this is so annoying. You know what this means, boy? You gotta stop pooping in this lake. Wait, you're gone. Wait, who was that? This guy literally could not be bothered to take his beloved best friend. I found the cleanup so therapeutic, actually. Being by the water and doing something positive for the environment gave me a sense of peace. Ooh. Oh, I had fish sitting there. Right, well, I know where I want to put those. I'll put the traps in 2 of each. I'll put them in the savannah. Okay, well, not here, but I didn't even look at the goddess blessing today. It looks cool at night. Glowing like that. I was gonna say, are we not able to use this in the... We were not. Put it down. The red. Can't even... I was gonna... Fishing pole. Okay. Okay. Filled one up already. I've heard there's fish here that you can get that you can't get anywhere else. Let me see if it's true. And I only have spot for 1 fish. No. We don't waste Face on trash. I got another. I come all the way out here for some crayfish. Well, that's all I get by the house. By the farm. Where'd substitute crops? I don't want this stuff. That. Oh. Are those the flowers that smell like death? It's looking probably. The temple, the horse. Go to the beach. For Lily. Okay. Finally. I've been waiting for you. Why basil? What good would a leaf be if we encountered a ghoul? What are we doing? You've never heard? Basil will scare off any ghoul. My Nana told me. Nana, no. I'm all about science. As you know, I have a PhD, but just in case we did see a ghoul, and just in case it did work. Wouldn't hurt to carry around basil. Let's go. Oh my gosh, did you see that thing? Wave the basil, wave, wave. I cannot. Why does stuff in his nose? What are you? What am I? What a question. Anyway, you see Adventures with V. Adventures with V, isn't it? I overheard that blonde folk calling you Adventures with V. I've been playing here for a while. You see, when I was a little boy, I came to this island with my parents on those big boats. As soon as we arrived, I started swimming. Very fun. I don't remember much else, except for the fact that I've been swimming here ever since. Well, feeling rather exhausted now. Look like you. So perhaps it's time for me to go home and finally rest. Mother is probably looking for me. So long, my friend. The only one. Right. If I can find somebody to hang out with, one of these three. Closest to me. I mean, I could have two. Scott's about to be. She outside? It's 9. The sand can be scorching on bare feet. Hang out. It doesn't matter where because I can always call the horse. Let's do something free on the beach. We'll hang out at the pier. Yeah, I think I can hang out. It would be nice to chill and chat with you. I'm glad we got to hang out. Okay, and now it's 11. I haven't even um I haven't even planted anything acceptable. First of the month. Gotta plant stuff. Okay. So I'm gonna see what all is available. Don't need merit exchange. Okay. Wish we could sort these by season. We definitely need wheat because yeah, rice. Rice. I also need wheat for flour. Oh, I've grown basil or beet. Berries. I didn't really grow a lot in fall last year. Never grown corn either. Did I not have hot pepper? We have a lot of options. Bar. Okay, that's a lot. So, three sprinkler. They're 9 by 9. And okay. So, there's 3 types of flower, 4 types of flowers. There's 20 minus, well, 21 minus 4. So 17. Option of 17 things. I like the idea of that. No, I need garlic. And produces every 4 days. I like that. Other ones, okay. That's probably why I had those last time. Kept producing. Amaranth flower? It is. I need some basil. Get the flowers out of here. I still have taro root. The sweet potato later. Peppers later. I mean, I don't need a ton, so we'll do 7, 18. They regrow. Go up. Okay. Okay. Oh, you know what? I'm not gonna be able. So ridiculous. I didn't. Goodness. I can go on there and put these fish. For what I need for the people gifting. Alright. Okay. So we're just gonna have to be late. Seven, eight, nine. Eight. Yeah, I'm not because it has to be from the center, right? I have to get the sprinkler, set it down. Leave quite a few in the middle open. Two, three, four. I'm all snaggatooth just like this. They take forever. I used the one. Okay, so now I gotta water them. Hope this is enough for me. Uh-oh. Did I stay till 2? I passed out. Shut up. Time did not go by that fast. I must have adjusted the time. Okay, well, I like the background. I remember it being like that before. Alright, well, Macy went up Nina and Wataru. Yeah, I didn't even put my stuff in here. This is from yesterday, 4K. Alright, well, tomorrow we're gonna have a whole lot more money. Gone it, I didn't mean to pass out. And I didn't get to water them at all. Check my settings. Something's not right. I was playing another save file. Oh no, game time. I have to go to the hot spring. And I didn't get... We didn't go up. We also didn't get Bobby taunting us today. Yeah. Saw you passed out yesterday. You're too tired. I'll tell you that. Hoping you're fit as a fiddle real soon. Got your hospital bill behind this here letter. Hoping to do this yesterday so that I could get some farming point. I think I'm that far off from the next level. Oh. Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm so close. I know level 8, I'm pretty sure, is where I get the... Ooh, all these fish and chips tonight? Okay. The barrel, the aging barrel. And I'm hoping it's the 3rd level. Sprinkler. Raj, morning. Abandoned Villa in the morning. Okay, at the inn. Villa and, okay. Get the flowers out here. Oh, a new fish. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to do anything more. Let me get the flowers. Better do that. Online shop. Alright, I'll hold off on the rest. Let me get the animals out. Oh, I still have fertilizer. Is it? Everything. Oh, that's way better. Chan. Oh, in a minute. You got Goddess blessing. Okay, if it said farming, I would have screamed. I'm done with farming for today. So we can go fishing, that's fine. Oh, I only need one more. Either durian, mango, apple, or almond. Okay. I was thinking I was gonna have to memorize all of them. Leaf. Alright, I could put all of the, get that weed out too. Fruit in there. Yeah, let me start getting. Oh, I put the. Do that. Where was the wood? Where did I put the regular wood? Gotta have more than 34. We've thrown it somewhere just to throw. Wood. Where would I have randomly stored wood? Oh my gosh. No. I'm gonna cry. Think I have any done anything? Yeah, no. Pretty much everything. Gotta be. Means I gotta go cut down some trees. Because I need at least 200. I cannot believe I used all that wood. Alright, well, do what you gotta do. No wood. Nothing. Okay. In reality, I need to go see. Oh, no. Butter. One more. Their tree, come on. All right. I did not get another. What's it called though? Silver bar. Two. Waku's hey. Oh hi. What'll it be? Sound excited, bro. Don't bother. I'm going out of business. He's so dramatic. What are you talking about? I tried. I really tried to make this place a success, but I ended up wasting a lot of money and upsetting a lot of people. The coffee shop never gets any bigger if it's always just this little place. The worst thing. What's the point of staying open? What? People like your coffee. Yeah. That's what I wanted Rajas to be, a place where people could come and I'd always know their name, what they like to drink. I guess I lost sight of that along the way. You know what? You're right. I've been so focused on making Rajas into something it isn't, I forgot what it is. Goodness, he's doing them. Hey everyone, bring your cups to the counter. Free refills on me. Get coffee. Some folks come in here just for the muffins, but I think there's magic in good coffee and conversation. That's what I want this place to be about. Their event this morning. Abandoned villa. Yes. Abandoned villa. Oh, a customer. Yeah, but you're not open anymore, are you? Don't need anything. Anything. Villa. Yes, because this is emo. What brought you here? I'll say it in a nicer way. I think we were childhood friends. Yeah. Why didn't you say that, Nina? That's weird. I saw that picture in the library the other day. The one you took of me so many years ago. Do you still have the turtle doll, Mr. Speed? About your farm. My great-grandparents owned it before selling it to your family. Yeah, why were you hiding that? I guess I don't want people to dig too much in on my family, what we own and things. You see, that farm isn't the only thing we used to own. My great-grandparents are native Coral Island, and at one point they owned pretty much most of the land here. I still hold deeds for some of the buildings. We rent them out to the town, like the clinic. Some of them we have sold to Luke's family, Sam's, and one we accidentally sold to Pufferfish. Oh no. We didn't know. They used a shell company when purchasing. When I found out, I was angry. I'm ashamed of it. We were the one bringing pufferfish to this town. It's our fault that they're here. No. Right. The truth is, I'm thinking of leaving Coral Island for good. Finding out that my family brought pufferfish here is just the nail in the coffin for me. Too many ghosts of the past here anyway. Is she actually in here? Juice. Nope. She's done. She's there. Okay, let's go to the lighthouse because two people can give stuff to. Get to say hi to Bon Bon like I did. Free Bible. Guacamole. Hang on, I need to change my lens. Love having space in my pockets. I appreciate your company. I may not be a man of many words, but here I go, getting sentimental. Just trying to say it's nice to chat a spell. It does get lonely around here sometimes, you know. Don't tell Waku I said that. He'd take it all wrong. Okay. This. Okay, and here's your pasta. The sunset at the beach is just unreal. Stick around and watch it with me. I'm an astronaut. Oh my gosh. Okay. I didn't get any animal products. think. Oh, I know where I need to go. I got that. Yeah, let me go do that right now. Upgrade my house. And I got a mushroom for you, I hope. Yep. A lot of people have great aura today. I credit the sunny day. Change the style. Space. Awesome, thank you. I'll work on it first thing in the morning. It should be done in a couple days. Thanks, Dinda. Nina, we don't need Nina anymore. Those are kids. I could go see Archie. Oh, I need to go to the lab. I can go to Socket and to go get stuff first. It. Need. I think it's silver. Oh, it's gold that I need. Shoot, 6 gold kelp. I wonder what horror films are coming out this fall. I like the ones with jump scares, just classic horror films. There is. The weather is nice today. I should do something like go to the beach. Feels like a waste otherwise. But I won't. Well, technically speaking, more like I can't. Got work piled up. That'll keep me busy for at least the next 2 or 3 days, you see. Old. Okay. Let me get the animal products to start processing. This is day. Stuff out of my pocket. Yeah, complain that they're everywhere, but them everywhere. are you guys? Oh, okay, because they're gonna come back. I'm that late that they're already coming back. Hurry up and get two. So many goats in the way, oh my gosh. Getting large feathers. Okay, the goats are not in the way. Don't think I can take that. The sister, isn't it? Okay. So the sisters, one is there. Mom says farmers harvest a lot of crops in the fall. Did you harvest anything? On warm nights, there's nothing better than being here with a book, taking in the atmosphere. It's a right pleasant way to spend an evening. My favorite bug is crickets. I really like beetles too, especially the ones with red dots. Wait a minute. I'm gonna try to give him a cricket then. Don't have any, I got rid of them all. I don't have a favorite mushroom because they all taste horrible. I want to go fishing next weekend. I can't fish today, I'm very busy, can't you see? I like to be outside with the bugs. Oh, you too? I'm not surprised, you kind of smell like one too. It's a good thing, I wish I smelled like bugs. Kids are at work. It's out of my pocket. Some of the artifacts here are the ones I found. My little contribution to the field I'm so passionate about. All it being part of history, yeah. Making my mark. The only thing I need in this sleepy weather is a cup of green tea. At 6. Fish and sips. I can hang out with him. Didn't even see their hearts went up because if they did, perfect. And then she said, but I gotta find. Didn't find Alice today. You wear a hat when you farm? The sun is full force. Don't overheat. That would not be good. I found a few chestnuts the other day, but I haven't made anything with them. I suppose I could just roast them and call it a day. What else can we make with? Vegetable? Wowza, it's fall already. The island is going to look so pretty with the orange leaves. I can't believe Aaliyah's back already. I need to ask her if space really is as quiet as they say. Not usually anywhere, but Aaliyah's home. Do you think she saw a shooting star up close? Okay. Now I still need to find Zarah. Oh, Nina. Nina and Zarah are the only ones of her event. Okay, she and town. Easier to get to town. Let me find Nina because I'm gonna hang out with Zarah since she's so close. I'm so sad summer's over. Should I leave town again? Just kidding. I think I'm gonna stay here for a while. Zara's in town, probably headed home. Wait, do I? Got rid of a bunch. Do you need? Well, I don't need to. Full energy. Hate that I. Tacos. Go. If you haven't noticed, the ruins and temples tell stories. They're about the island's history and folklore. It did. Okay. So do I want to hang out with them? I guess we could hang out. Oh, either Macy or Nina. Fish a little bit because fishing proficiency is up today. a glitch. Nice. Already had an octopus, but it's solid. It's octopus season. And actually, one of the events is at Fish and Sip. Since we're here, I'll just do that first. Here to join the game? Paco, I'm glad I caught you. I want to get your take on something I've been about. Oh, sure. What's up? Talk over there for a minute? Okay, give me a second. So what's up? It's about your dad. Uh-oh. What'd he do this time? Oh no, it's not bad. I just keep thinking about our chat after yoga. Ugh, that was a mistake. Remember the chat? What happened? Oop. I dragged my dad to yoga. Let's just say he wasn't into it. Oh dear. I wanted to get him out of the lighthouse. He never goes anywhere, never sees anyone. Of course, dear, you worry about him. I think he's lonely. But he's also so stubborn. There's nothing stopping him from going out and meeting people. I've tried to get him to come here and play pool with me, but he refuses. Some people are set in their ways. And it can't be easy for him, living on dry land after his exciting life at sea. Exactly, so here's my idea. I want to throw him a party. I don't think that's a good idea. A party? Good. Yeah, he can't refuse to come if he doesn't know what's happening. I don't know. That's a great idea. Because here's what I want you to do. What? I asked you to help? I think that's terrible. I'll throw such an introvert a party. Where are my people? Need... Yep. You know this song? For some reason it's been stuck in my head. It goes... What if it's a real song and he really gets it stuck in my head? Okay, we're supposed to go to her room. Okay, cool. Come in. Oh, she has a big, well, not a big aquarium, but a nice aquarium. Oh my gosh, I'm not gonna ask her if she wants to eat the lobster. Something wrong with Steven? No, it's the opposite actually. Steven's claw is back to its healthy size now. I should release him back to the ocean. Let's go do it now. Gotta say, it hasn't been easy for me to let him go. Having him here is like having a roommate. He makes me feel less lonely, you know? But I know I can't keep him here forever, right? Should I keep Steven here with me? Let's have one last hurrah with Steven. Not a bad idea. Okay, let's have one more day with Steven. I want to cram as many memories as I can into this last day. Please wait here. Let me get some leftover pizza downstairs and coconuts. What do you say? Oh, she likes coconuts too? Get ready to party, little buddy. I feel like I've given her coconut. Didn't. Yeah, she said she hates vegetables. Coconut's a fruit. I want be 3 and hard events that trigger. He'll be there, so let me hang out. Is Raj close? To 2. We're already. Let's go Stargate so that way I'll already be there. Like a chill time. I'm glad we got to hang out. The garbage, and then see. This too. I wonder how Aaliyah's feeling now that she's back. Must feel strange to be grounded after floating in space. I'm not in the mood. Okay. Well, anyways. Said. Oh, on the. Okay, let's go for it. really enjoyed our time together today. You make everything so much more exciting. Perfect. Now I got 3. All right. So, but they already have. Who else? I don't think I gave. I did give Archie. Who else do I want? If anybody. I do want to make pancakes. He has an event. Jack here at Kenny's house. I can go there. I need to make pancakes. I get pancakes and I can be nice. And oh, I didn't realize Alice got one, so I need to give her a locket. Okay, and let me see if Raj. Wait, can't unless somebody's outside, and I think everybody. Gotta be pushing way too to 2 o'clock. You already passed. Take my butt home. Try to get as much stuff as I can to sell. I barely sold anything last night. And okay, well, 4 is better than 0. Yeah, I just the aging barrel. Hmm. You know, I don't think I got that it really matters. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't want to be without energy tomorrow. But before midnight. Oh, my farming went up. Yes! Oh no. I thought it was gonna unlock Sprinkler 3. Gotta remember a locket for 37. Talking about. I like the sound effects that they. Man, I feel like I am never gonna get the aging barrel and the level 3 sprinkler. I mean, if that's the case, that's fine. I will just. It might be. Oh, thank God. You're now an advanced farmer. Great job, Sprout. My last gift to you is a blueprint. Oh. For an aging barrel. Place items in the aging barrel to produce aged artisan products. These yield the most profit, though they do require some time to mature. Thank you, Mr. And he gave me one. I'm so happy. Okay. Before I forget, let me let these animals out. I don't want to go. It's fine. I'll take two, but go in here too. Actually, let me go down here. Let me get the milk. I still have a whole row. Space than I thought. Do we have large feather? No. What is happening? Are you guys not happy? You guys are happy. What's... There should be nothing in here. Don't have anywhere to put it anyways. And I've already gone there, so let me go here. Nothing. Oh, my throat all of a sudden started hurting. Perfect amount of space. Okay, quite a few things finished overnight. Good. Okay, so because keep the water staying, soil will stay watered. Maybe it takes slime goop. I was not gonna use that. What I want is another auto chest. Auto. Yeah, we're gonna need to make that. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, in reality, I don't need those. Kimchi. Oh my gosh, that's the last that I need for that that did else, nothing else. There's some place for some garbage. Whoa, that's it. Okay, 200, that's nice. I think what else should I put there? I guess I could put... I don't think thing would go in here. Let's see if it would. No, it's a mayo machine. Nothing would go in. I do want to move these. Oh, and where did I put those mushrooms? Oh well. Air quality. Yup. Yep. All right. Okay. I need a bed. That in there. I think I can. Okay. Batteries away. Get to watering after. Ooh, coffee beans for what's her name? Oh, shoot. Oh, no. I put them. Tell me they didn't take them. Shoot. Made though. Cocoa bean. Geisha coffee bean. Four, and I had three in my pocket, I think. No coffee here. Oh boy. Oh, and I haven't been watering my underwater crops at all. Acting like they don't coffee bean. Get them. Two. Oh, nope. It did. Like that. Okay. Emma. Home, Emma? Almost. Put you there. Put all this stuff away. Back here? You need really good skillet to make tacos. You can use any kind of fish to make fish tacos. Honestly, after I cook the fish, I can't even taste the difference. It's all in the seasoning. Don't you dare tell me it has to be four of the same. Well, that's too bad. Emma, you missed out because I have four coffee beans. Held up my end of the deal. I was even going to give you a gold coffee. Mushroom. Oh, I haven't had these in a minute. Fish. Dippa. Ooh, Dippa. I might have something in my pocket. Jam? I think it's jam. Yep. Perfect. I remember if that was her favorite. This is a nice spot for painting people. What is that? That's a big one. What? Bug. Oh, monarch. Okay. It's still a bit too warm to spend all day in front of the furnace, but at least the wind feels pretty nice. Well, that's nice. Oh yeah, I need. Since I'm here, let me get a locket for Alice. Room my pockets. One spot. Okay. Get some kind of perfect. That took this spot. Let me just plant the rest, cause summer. Do that. Mm. Cool. Don't need those. That or whatever. Need today. Oh, I already donated the snake head. We'll sell it. Oh, and actually, live in my pocket. Another day with a lot of Alice. Alice is on the beat. Okay. Am I at the wrong? I'm done with you. Actually, I don't. Okay. Here, bugs and crab. I think I checked to see. Stingray. Oh yeah, monarchs are good money. Wow, the snakehead was how much money as anticipated. Hmm. What do you call it, Dara? Autumn or fall? Autumn. Let's hang out. Damn. I don't think I've ever done the coffee break. I just realized nobody did their 10 heart event today. I'm done. Oh, I have done this coffee break. It was a pleasant time, right? Quite enjoyable. Garage event, he has one every day. Oh, maybe it's a Nina event. Coffee's delicious. Have you tried it? I have to try their muffin. I heard it's a May. Hey folks, how are we doing? How's your coffee? This is amazing. I'm Nina. What, you guys don't know each other? I live at the abandoned house back there. You're the villa owner? Yeah, that's me. I used to live here, but we moved out, and I came back here and there. I don't know, maybe this place isn't what I needed after all. Well, having a past may not be a bad thing. Besides, it's changing now. We have me. Adventures with V knows what this town might look like in a couple of years. Make new memories. I suppose you're right. Making new memories may not be a bad idea. It's been a minute since I accidentally walked into Alice. Okay, well, kitchen. Yeah, you want me to go to... Okay. to the Coral and Kitchen since I'm down here. The horse, and then go up to Kira and them. Are you burning something? Hey, what's up? I just want to say sorry about the community center thing. I could have said it differently. I was mean to you. I'm sorry. Suki, please don't get upset, but you're louder than me and sometimes you just bulldoze over my needs. I mean, do you agree or no? Yeah, sure. You need to work together with me on the inn, not take over. You've been like this since we were kids. At university, you used to make me leave my dorm to go to the pub on the weekends. I didn't like it, Suki. I hated it. And I didn't need you to fight my battles in grade school. So what if some people don't like me? I don't like them either. It's fine. I was doing you a favor. You had no friends. I felt sorry for you. I didn't know you were okay with the way things were. I'm sorry, Alice. I thought you needed my help. I know you love me. That's why I never said anything. That, and you were probably too scared to tell me. Yeah. We're both adults. I went to university too. I'm not stupid, Suki. You can involve me in business decisions. I ran this place alone for years. I never thought you were stupid. I'm sorry. I sometimes forget you're not my baby sister anymore. It's hard to accept. I thought they were twins. Baby sister anymore. So they're not twins. Suki's the older one. Because I know they're not talking about by like 5 minutes. I'm always gonna be your baby sister. Gotta be old. I cannot. I'm done. I'm done with this game. Oh, that's right, I am 5 minutes older than you. Get out of here. I missed you so much. The world is so lonely when I have a fight with you. They really had me confused for a minute. Alright. I gotta go by the ranch. Lazy. Down. I don't feel like getting down. Their house? Ooh. Not talking. These boots have seen more than most folks ever will. Every scuff's a tale of its own. Oh, did I miss it? I must have missed it. That's perfectly fine. You anyway. Yep. I missed it by a couple minutes. Well, no, by 40 minutes. That's funny. Combat is about being quick on your feet and thinking on the go. You want to win, you need your footwork. No way around it. what I need to get underwater. Get on it backward. Let me. Can't get down. What? Down here. This big. Oh, we won't see any. Get my bug. Oh, yeah. I want this. Jamu. And then I want to go. Oh, I have the. Down here. Then in my pocket. Yeah, those coffee beans are going in here because Emma, you made me mad. Kimchi? Anyways. Figs. All the figs. Oh, it doesn't tell me. Okay. Go a whole day without putting anything in here and still have the process. Oh, I should have put the avocado in there. Mayo. Let me see if I can make pancakes now. This in my pocket. Yep. Okay, so this is fruit. Oh, I think it'd be a vegetable. Well, I guess it's on a tree, right? Pear pancakes. And this is for Lily. All right, Lily, where you at? Mm, I'm gonna do roasted chestnuts. Oh yeah, and I'm gonna look up curry. Look up right now. Cookbook. Stuff in there. Um, I don't have bell pepper or peas. At least I know I can't make it. Avocado in here? I must have. There is. Stars. Oh, I know what. Yeah. Lily. A locket. Evanina and Macy are close. Lily's kind of close. By the lake. We're going. Ooh, I can get rid of my other red snap. There will be plenty of time for Zoe to go on adventures. For now, I think it's safer for her to focus on school. Does she go home? Rare though. Oh, I passed her. I didn't see her. Green hair. She's sitting. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to step on your foot. For the pancakes, let's hang out. And never see a Lily. Let's stay here and let's feed the flamingos. That's fun. Oh, I don't hate hanging out with you. Okay. Enough. Anna. To see the 4 traps I think I put down. Yeah, it does. Oh, I don't. Do I? Hmm. I am not giving Osmond. Okay, I was gonna say, do they just disappear? Well, are there not any bugs in this living? Oh my God. There's so much tumbleweed. No, we don't do trash. Game, that's really rude. Oh, well, that was nice. I think I've only caught one, and I don't think it was gold. Might have actually been in the mines where I caught it. Oh, oh, poor turtle, minding its own business. It with the tumbleweed. I don't want crayfish. Thank you. I do like that automatic pull-in though. It's a nice little perk. Good, let's see. Yeah, trash. Rude. Mm. I would like one more fish. Just one. I'm not trying to be greedy. Okay, it is a fish. Probably crayfish. Oh, snap. An uncommon. Okay, well, I've never gotten that before. Thank you, Savannah. Alright, I'm gonna go. No, not goddess blessing. I didn't mean to do that. Oh yeah, because I did have fishing proficiency today. Didn't. Okay. There is something that I want to do. Ooh, and I can trade that one fish out for the archer. Since I didn't realize that I've already donated that. To clear that out. Yeah. That gives good money. Money. Decent money. Okay. What is start this hedge maze. I'm going to, because this, to get rid of this gate. Okay, yeah, that's there, and this is here. For clearing. Aha! I'm gonna say, game, if you would like to give me a geode, I would be happy. Geodes out here than we do in the mines for some reason. Right, time to. Yep. Okay. I see. Those. I can sell from here. Sell a full day's worth of stuff in there. No. Double check. Oh, and you know what? I didn't even look at. But it gave me the blueprint. But I didn't look at it. Give me the blueprint. Right here. That's fine. I got one. I've still not gone underwater. Ridiculous. I keep saying it out loud, so I'll do it, and I'm just not. I'm not gonna. I was gonna plant the seeds. For what? For what am I planting the seeds? Look at the calendar. Birthdays. I mean, a bug, and you have 10 hearts, so it doesn't matter. Wait, did the outside of our house change? Because the inside did not. The outside did. I think that's gonna be the... Okay, let me stop standing here, because... energy. I think that's gonna be the hallway. Fishing level up. Ooh, I like that they show what it goes from, so it's not just +3. There's been a little update since last time I played. $22. Woohoo! Oh yeah, because I didn't feel like to put the... I keep saying I need to... Ooh, Atlas. Okay. I didn't put what was in my pocket in there. So 591. If they're less than 591, then I need to switch with the Atlas. Oh, I like to compare the prices. There's somebody's 10 heart event today. Is it the Oracle? Or why? I haven't been doing anything. Been down there. And I have mayonnaise here too. Oh my gosh. That's hilarious. Oh yeah, we need to Atlas Moth. Yeah, let's get that spice bush out of there. Put the Atlas Moth and stuff. I set us up a date at the beach for tonight. Hope you're free. It's gonna be multiple. I've prepared something special for us at the museum. I think you're gonna love it. Meet me there tonight at 7. We get 3 in the same day. Okay. I wasn't gonna play today, but now I have to. So all of them are at night. The hot spring, the beach, and the museum. Okay. Well, at least I know that I'll remember the Atlas Moth because my memory is the worst. So let's switch out the Atlas Moth right now while I'm thinking about it. Forget. Oh no. I shouldn't have sold that one. Fine. Because I don't know what the prices are on these. Bring some of these bugs over here. Face. Well, that's in the water. That's a mess. Oh yeah, we need to get these. That's what we need to be reproducing. Too. Oh. Copia. Pill. Oh, we have 2. Okay. Alright, well let me this then after I these. I don't understand why the animals aren't that happy leaving the white ruffles and small feathers. I'm so confused. They have the temperature thing. They're all saying they're happy. Okay, large feather, thank you. Y'all said. Empty space. Oh man, no kimchi. Sure does take some time. A bit of white truffle oil though. And put that. And should have put these right in front of the door to walk in. I did and I did. Okay. I got the large feather. I'm so impatient. I'm gonna keep checking for kimchi. Okay. Any events? Oh, oh yeah, it's Thursday. The beach pier, okay. Let's go to the beach pier. You know what? I'm just down there. This is my pocket first, so when I get back, I can remember, hopefully. Knowing me, I might still forget. It's good to see you. What's up? What's with the long face? Mom sent some corn soup for Valentina and pies for you. Tell Mom thanks, will you? Hey, what's up? You seem distraught. Can we talk for a minute? For a bit? I love that you brought corn soup for Valentina, but she isn't sick anymore. I understand. It's so hard sometimes, isn't it? The other day after she called you about fishing in the forest with Archie, that did something in me. I've been thinking about it. It was nothing, but it's been in my mind. What if she graduated university and you weren't there? What if we messed up our relationship so bad that she couldn't have both of us on her wedding? What if... Whoa, 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 Suki. I will always be there for you and Valentina. You will always be in her life no matter what. You're an amazing dad. It's just hard to raise her here without you. Sometimes I feel like I'm doing it alone. She wants you here all the time. I'm never gonna be enough for her. Never. I understand, but you're not alone. Whether you want it or not, I'm always gonna be in Valentina's life, so get comfy. Besides, you're enough, and of course she wants you and me. We're her parents, it's only normal. And she's a kid. The other day she asked for an iron sword from Raphael. Yeah, I just want to rant, I guess. Rant away. Where is Lily? Oh yeah, birthday. I almost forgot. I'm gonna give him something for his birthday and see if he likes it or hates it. At home. Some bug. Nope. Actually, she's gonna get this right here. Banded woolly bear. See if you like it, Eleanor. And what random food can I give Raphael? Do I want to give him food? Okay, let me think about it while I water. I mean, he likes sushi, so I can give him a fish. He hates it. Yeah, I'll give him a fish. 10 hearts, so hates it. Oh my gosh. Flowers, no nothing. And I don't think I went in the greenhouse. I also quite a few things that I want to make sure I do. Double crop. Oh, I think I do have snowdrop. I'm about to have this done. I'm about to have the warp Sessagen before I get the Cave of Memories. What am I needing? Just the fruits, yeah. So either apple, almond, mango, or durian. Take forever. Sure. They're still growing. They are. Slowly but surely. No kimchi. You know what? Put honey in what's it called? Let me move this. You know what? A lot of people have been saying that this happens again, but if it wants to give me 2K, I'll take it. Because we've already done that. Them, these two, and I need to go to the ranch. Don't need to, but I may as well. Thanks for coming with me to pick up the stray. Garden Ray, Adventures with V. Hey, how's she doing? All recovered? Well, that's a little hard to say. Spit it out. There was... I think I saw this. An issue last night, Mark. I put her to bed at night. Yeah? But when I woke up, it seemed she was... Well, she was gone. What? Gone. The door was open and I found the window open last night too. She must have snuck out. Penny is the worst. I'm so sorry. I mean, I can't even begin to... This has never happened before, you understand? Never. Never in a million years. My cows... Uh-huh. I'm sure I locked up last night. I'm sure of it. But, well, I did open the window to get a little breeze in, and... Uh-huh. Doesn't matter what he did and why he did it. The dog is gone. I'm so sorry. Do you have any leads? Any idea where she might have gone? What? No, I just found out myself. This is a disaster, and it's all my fault. If she hadn't been here in the first place, this never would have. I have to find her right now. Dog living. Where else do I have? Let me get fish from down here. And I need these in the... I keep getting sidetracked. I want events tonight. I missed them. I'm restarting the day. Like, no, I won't. I won't restart the day. Stupid, because they don't have to happen today. Just Suki's day. I have to remember at the end of every season to get as much grass as I can, especially the end of fall. since I need the hay for the winter. All the animals I have. I meant to come back here yesterday. I gotta find Lily. That's what I was looking for initially. Pancake. Remember, so I can get the pancake out of my pocket. I don't back down there. I don't know why I was going to. Really, I should go to the mid forest to see if there's anything trap. Not the mid forest, the deep forest. It's in the mid forest. Thinking about good out batfish. I think I can get there. No. Oh. What? I'm gonna call the. There's no reason for me to be biddying around like that. Where'd the horse go? Where did you come from? How did you come from? Rock. Ooh. I, the lotus. Is it fish? There should be fish. Gotta start making more jamu. And pretty. Oh, we can. Now that's so you can fast travel on your horse. At work. Probably at work. No, she's not. And oops. And Lily. I'm blind. Is in her bonsai garden. Wow, you can fast travel with them. The horses are the best. What's the reason for not using them? There is none. You don't love this? It's interesting how flies can sense when something is rotting or decaying. It's like they have a sixth sense or something. Morbid, I know. It is. Is it K? Ooh, there's McKenny. You should talk to Pablo about getting some upgrades done. I know how hard you work. Upgrades really make ranch work easier. That's true, you would know how hard I work. Especially with how many animals. I'm not doing anything special today. It's just another Thursday for me. What about you? It's your birthday. For my birthday? Oh, its face. So he did not like it. Okay. And let me see. Yeah, it's just right. Okay. He has expensive taste. And I guess I shouldn't say I'm trying to make money. The beach on sunny and it's sunny. The museum and sunny. Okay, so starting 6 o'clock, we got places to be. So that means I gotta go. It gives me 2 hours to do the hedge maze. I better not need 2 hours. I do have to clear. Bringing it back after out here with the other doesn't do anything. See my pockets. Didn't even do that. It's fine. Kimchi, kimchi, kimchi. Cat is loud. Oh, I didn't go see. Give her pancakes. Probably somewhere else by now. Oh, no, she's not. Focusing on gardening helps me organize my thoughts. Let me see, does she have... Alright, so time it's gonna be these 3 that I focus on. Those 5. We're up that far, I didn't even know where she left. There's something that I could do. Possibly. No. Okay. Try to upgrade something else. I could do that. Let me open this geode. It's burning a hole in my pocket. Done. I'm done with this. How rude. Okay, so this is gonna be... Need to clear this. Stuff all over the place. And I think I want this to be in the middle. Too close. Now we can just those together. shoot, I forgot. Okay. Yeah, it can go. See. Okay, but I want it to be the other way. The camera faces. Okay, perfect. Well, you can do right around. And that's perfect because that do. Oh, shoot. The miss. It's 8. Well, that's pretty. You came. That was quite a film, huh? There's something I need to tell you. And I've been trying to find the perfect moment, but I realize there's never really a perfect moment for things like this. This adventure we've been on, it's been the time of my life. Not because of the excitement or the treasures we found, but because I've got to share all those moments with you. What I'm trying to say is, they all do that. What I'm trying to say is, I'm in love with you. I've been feeling the same way about you. Holy guacamole. Look at this fit. Yeah, actually, I might have caught the parrotfish. This is the one that I was chasing around last year. Oh shoot, we gotta go home, drop some stuff off, and come back. I was chasing that thing around last year, and I don't think I got it. Oh. Okay, cool. Go back. I love these traps. Come on, we got 2 other places to be. And I like to finish thing. Do the springs before it's winning the tournament was so amazing. I will never ever forget that feeling. How does it feel to have your dream? Incredible. The moment we won, it was like my feet weren't even on the ground. I was flying. Now I have to wonder, can anything ever top that feeling? When you put so much work. No, I said, oh, because work is on the second line. When you put so much of yourself into something like this and work so hard and it all comes down to one moment. Now what? You have other things to worry about, like more games. That's true. Oh. Well, this is a different. Wait, so it wouldn't even let me go in there if I wanted to. Okay. I need to get to the museum. He said 7. And I saw a lot of people on Reddit say that this is the best 10 heart event, so we'll see. And this light on. Welcome to our own world of wonders. Ready for a journey through time and beauty? A lot. So gems, right? They form under pressure and heat, kind of like feelings. This gem here, it's got depth and brilliance, just like, you know, your personality. Oh my goodness. Oh, and these guys, they were around millions of years ago, and they're still here leaving their mark. Kind of like the mark you've made on my heart, totally timeless. Okay, so each bug has a unique thing going on, right? Big role in the web of life. You've got this unique thing too. And you've kind of weaved into my life in a big way. Yeah, comparing me to a bug, that's a first. Only the most beautiful ones, I promise. A lot of fish. The ocean holds so many mysteries. Just as these fish swim together, I hope we can find our current. They put a lot of thought into this one. Everything we've seen tonight, it reminds me of, well, how I feel about you. I need you to know I love you. So, this is an experience with my heart. This journey through the museum has been a reflection of our own journey. See, that one and Raphael's are my favorite. But actually, Theo's too. Now that I think back on it. These are they relate to their characters. His name, Kenny's. I guess I watched Kenny's back because. Now back to the farm so I can finish laying the outline for my might even be able to get it done. Thinking about it, let me get these items to sell. Because something tells me, oh gosh, here we go again. I always end up doing that. Oh, I did donate a tarantula. Okay, well still. Thought I couldn't catch it last year. Okay. These can come back. I can't think of which one. Oh. I didn't check for kimchi. There's kimchi. Not yet. Okay. Problem. Should put the honey in there. Okay. Why did I do that? Because now these need to. Hmm. Do that. We all connected? It's a no. Okay. So now, craft. Those work. We do the outside. That goes by fast. $11:30. Oh boy. I know it's late. Go. Oh. So that's gonna have to open. Close. up to 9 energy. Oh. I like these noises. $24K. I didn't even check to see if for Bobby. Okay, well, I think so. It'll be Cho Oyo's birthday, and I think my house will be upgraded. Of course. Yes, the house is upgraded. Well, okay. I have an idea of what to do next time. Decorating the house. Is anybody gonna have Sukiya? Why is hers day specific? Well, I guess if it Antonio has to be day that he would be there. Okay, so just because nobody else went up. Yeah, okay. Wanna read the mail? Thing has grown. Okay. The next time I will finish this maze, and I think we'll get married next time. Due before the festival. Oh, did I replace this with the wrong thing? I sure did. That's okay. I'll fix it. Greenhouse. Okay. So I'll be able to. Let me see. Wait, is this gonna be. Am I gonna have access to the cave as well next time? Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. No. I think it's over here. Yeah. There's coffee. Okay. Let's see if this is it. But how are you going with the town grade? I'm on B still. I've been on B, I feel like forever. I'm on B. A little over 100. Well, 155 left. 155 points. I'm just trying to get. Oh no, I did get farming up. But yeah, town rank B. What town rank are you on? Hopefully me getting the donations, the offerings, get me up to A. Especially if I finish out the altar. I'm paying attention. You're A? That's cool. Cool. I need to look up yellowfin tuna and giant sea bass to find out where they are. I don't really like fishing. But maybe that's what I'll do next time too. I am gonna go ahead and leave it there because I go to bed. But thank you for hanging out and hope you have a good rest of your night or day, wherever you are.